Yo, what's up? Last stream of the year, and hopefully we can close up the Graph Toolkit implementation today. Would be a pretty damn good ending to this year's streams. So it's been a couple of days since my last stream, so let's just reiterate what we're trying to do. So we're building a system for procedurally generating creatures. Yo, what's up, Kevin? And we want the graphical interface in Unity to be using Unity Graph Toolkit. We have succeeded in that. And during the last couple of weeks, we have built a lot of different nodes and how they work, both in runtime and editor. And we have finally enough nodes to do this graph, which is how we procedurally generate the current visuals of the creature Sten. Except for one, I would like to say functionality, graph functionality, but we're going to implement it as a node. I haven't really had time to think about it too much, but I think it's the correct approach. So the last piece of the puzzle we're missing is the functionality to be able to repeat stuff. So I basically want to have for loop-like functionality in my graphs. In this specific case, we want to repeat this node X amount of times. It's going to be a random number of times. And we also want to repeat all of these nodes and this one X number of times. So basically when we create the Sten creature, we create a cube mesh, and then we slice that cube mesh a set of times, and we want to slice it multiple times, shape it into a stone pretty much. And the left part here is the base body, so we slice it and then we create a collider, and then we're done with the left side of things. The right side is the spawning of the eyes, so we just instantiate a prefab, and then we change the material properties and the transforms and the scales and whatnot of it, and then we add it to the base mesh. And all of this we want to repeat X number of times because we want to spawn X eyes, pretty much. So the idea then is that we add a node here, which is like repeat input, pretty much. So whatever we have as input to this one, I think we're going to take, we're going to repeat the second input, I think. So all the nodes behind the repeat node, repeat it up until we get to an end node. I haven't really decided yet if I want to, I don't know really. I wonder if we can just input one of the other nodes and use as an input node. So when we run it later on, it's going to check, is this node this node? If not, execute. If it is, stop the for loop. Yo, what's up, Ashix? Are you making the 3D assets by your own? So far, yes. I don't really see any other... What other approach would beat this? You could think about having each node be able to output more than one things, but then you're going to have to come up with a system and implement it in each node or the base class. But it just feels each node should then be able to return one or more of a certain thing. So this is one of those times I really wished I had more experience with visual programming, like how they solve for loops and stuff like that, but I reckon it's a start and end node type of thing. But okay, I just want to begin today with like running this, see if we have any errors, if I left on a bad note. I don't think so. We have 2 node system testers, and we play and we get a slice. Let's see here. Actually, we do have an error. So yeah, let's look into that, and then we can start with what I want to do. Ashix, can you show us some of the creature models? Unfortunately, not now. What's up, Allah? The last time one of your live streams recommended to me was months ago. Well, you're welcome here anyway. I really hate that I sometimes leave on a error. That's not good. Where did we fail? Fail to generate. Is it the color? Yo, what's up, Sammy? We're currently working on a procedural generation system for our creatures. Allah, it's crazy you actually stuck to this project. Yeah, I don't really like to give up on projects anymore, you know? I have a pretty interesting goal for 26, but yeah, I'm not gonna spill the beans just yet. Let's see here. Let's try and fix this error real quick. I'm pretty sure it has to do with some of the last nodes we added, which could very well be this one. So we're just going to skip it and see if we still get an error. So we pull this one here, save, and we play. Still have failed. And let's try without these. Although I wonder if I'm going to remove that one. Here we go. Okay. That's a very tiny eye, but okay. I may have always been scared to tackle procedural generation. I'm excited to see how we manage it. Same here. Or, like, it's a combination of being scared and thrilled, you know? I think it's real fun to work with procedural generation. We'll see how it goes. What I'm the most scared about is eventually going to get, we're probably going to have some creatures with procedurally generated rigs. That's going to be one hell of an adventure. Ashix, do you use an interface-based approach in your interaction system? If we're talking like interface in programming terms, yes. We're using both interfaces, if I recall correctly, and abstract and virtual classes. It's a pretty robust interaction system currently. But okay, so the problem lies with these two. Both of these, actually. And I want to see exactly what's wrong. So let's save and play again. And let's see what our log says. Failed to generate vector 3 output. So when we try and generate output for the node set material property runtime, we get an error. And I wonder if it's this not so pretty branch. Maybe it could even be this one. I'm a little bit scared. Let's see. Of this specific generic type here. Set material property. When we create them with the correct types here. Input value. Yeah, we don't. We're gonna do. One sec, why do we have input value here? We don't. Yeah, of course. Yeah, we store it there. Ashix, can you show me please? I'm 17 and I'm really stuck how commercial game handles interaction. I don't know if I want to call this a commercial game just yet. I have some streams of how I handle it on my YouTube channel. They should be named correctly, so you should be able to see live streams called interaction system or action system, maybe we call it. And you can probably check the last VOD with that name and you should have a pretty clear picture. I hope. I want to see, let's just add one of these, type of input value. I thought, okay, that is interesting. That's really interesting. GG Sammy, do you plan to do more YouTube tutorial videos? I really like your style in them. Hell yeah, I do. Okay, is my IDE broken? We get an error here, but we don't seem... Okay, let's see if we compile it. Next year, I'm planning on releasing a lot of new YouTube tutorial videos if nothing unforeseen happens. Which I hope it doesn't. Why don't we have access to this one here? I guess it's this that's the problem. Maybe we can get it like this. Ashix, yes, my interaction system principles are also applicable to first-person game. Weird. Let's just do... Sammy, awesome. I look forward to watching them 5 times to try things working half as good. Yeah, hopefully I can stick to my word and we can get some nice videos out. Input value, we actually have, okay, we don't have the type here, but we can see that this is a float and this is a vector 3 with 0, 0, 0. That tells me that we're not getting the correct input. We're not getting the correct input here. So we're not getting the correct input from random runtime node, which kind of sucks. But we do know that they work. Ah, actually, you know what? We wouldn't debug log this if this one failed. Would we? No, we wouldn't. But we have color as well, which we don't get either. Color. The only reason I see is that we get to this one. But I'm pretty sure these should work since... Is it this one that fails because it's a nullable? Yo, what's up, Ginger Dev? Yeah, it's been a while. I've been checking out your streams every now and then. I appreciate the lurk. And the follow. Float works, vector 3, that's when we get a problem. Why, oh why? Float works, yes. This one, yeah, we generate a value between 0, 0, 0, so that is correct actually. But then in here it fails. Oh, what the hell? Look at this. Oh, wow. That's not good at all. A 2 instead of a 3. Oh well. Let's export it again, clear it and play it. I don't think anything failed this time. It did. But do we still have a failure on the same? No, not really. Fail, try to get output from random transform from polygons runtime node. Okay, that sucks. Okay, fail to generate random transform from polygons runtime node, can't output Unity engine vector 3. Oh, this one is to be expected. That's good. I really need to change the output here because we try to get we pretty much brute force. This is something I would like to improve upon in the future, and we have tasks for it. But we have a node that can take vector 3, quaternion, or transform, and we try all of those 3 till we get the one that works. Okay, scared me for a second, but I don't see an I here. Do we have it? Yes, there we have it. And okay, everything seems to work now. That's good. We generate a cube, we slice it, and we add an eye. We randomize. We set the scale currently for this texture to be 0. Just I don't like this look that much, so we're gonna skip it for now until I have time to improve it. But we instantiate an eye, we scale it, and we change the color of it. We do actually get a random color, although the random color is pretty damn simplified currently. So when we do a random color, we get a random color between these two colors. Do I have time to implement a gradient here today? That would be amazing, actually. Let's just see how hard that would be. I think it should be pretty easy, actually. Before we continue with the repeatable stuff. Okay. So let's jump to random editor node, and when it's color here, instead, actually we want to do it here. Let's see if this works, if they have support for it. What is the gradient called? Do we have one, actually? Unity gradient. I think so. Yeah, we do. Gradient, gradient, gradient. So we add a gradient here. Upper bound. This one is going to be... Let's just name it test for now. So I want to see a gradient appear here. And we can choose... Okay, that's great. Do we not have... Yeah, we have this one by default. Okay, that's beautiful. Okay, so this is how we get gradient. And how do I want to do this? I would like to have the... No, you know what? I think gradient is the best way to do it. So in generation runtime, in random runtime node, we change the color generator from a min max like this to be gradient. And we send in a gradient. Like this, and when we want to return a color, we should be doing return new gradient dot evaluate t. think that one gives us a color. Beautiful. And then I guess keep ratio. Ratio doesn't really mean anything in this case, so we just skip that one. So now we use a gradient here instead. And everything should be okay. The only thing we need to change now is we're going to use the lower bound for this one. A little bit weird. It's okay. And here we change it to gradient. I think this would be it. Let's see. Okay. And then we can do lower bound value. It's a bad name, but that's for the cleanup. Okay, so now we want to generate an eye with a random color from this gradient, pretty much. Save. Play. And it seems to work. We get a pinkish eye here and an orange eye here. Okay, beautiful. So that's it for the gradient. So now we can finally do what I've been wanting to do for a while. So the repeat node. And I think we're going to start this one. Let's explore as we go. So I'm going to go with the we're going to implement two nodes that encapsulates what should be repeated. So, and we can start easy actually. We're going to have to change this one a bit as well, because we're going to have to move these two down as inputs. So basically what we're going to do is we're going to add a, let's do that first, change these, make them into inputs instead of options. Fill will still be an option though. But then we're going to add, but after this one we're going to add a repeat node, and then we're going to use this one as a stop node. That works here. So when we evaluate this graph, eventually when we get to this node we stop the repeating, and then we're gonna add a I wonder what it would be like if we had multiple stop. Yeah, it's going to have to be a list of nodes, I think. That's a little bit less nice, but that's okay. And then we're going to add a child editor node. Yeah, we're going to add a repeat. Yeah, we're going to add a repeat node here, I think. And we're going to add this one as stop. Fuck, how do we want to do this? Yeah, we want to add every child to it. So yeah, a stop or a repeat node here. This one is going to be one stop node, and this is going to be one stop node. But luckily for me, we can try this with this one initially, so we know that it works and executes correctly. Okay, interesting. So let's start easy by moving these two down. Plane, origo, and plane and normal. So that's the slice plane we define. I want this to be randomized. So let's jump to alterers, dynamic mesh slicer. And then we have slice plane normal and slice plane origo. Let's take both of these and put them here. And now we're defining input port instead of option. Default value. We don't want to get these values here, but we want to get this one. So we need to jump to dynamic mesh slicer runtime. We're only going to send in bool fill now. Because we want to create the slice plane. Okay, we're going to take this one and move it down. So generate output. Here we want to get some output. Dynamic mesh, and then we want to get vector 3 slice plane origo. Yo, what's up, Spires? Thank you for the raid, appreciate it. And Merry Christmas and Happy New Year, if I don't see you later today. Normal. And then before we create the slice plane, this time we want to try and get these inputs. And then we create the slice plane. So instead of getting the slice plane origo and slice plane normal from options, we get them as input now from another node, which is going to be a random value node. Hopefully we will manage to do this. So we want to get the dynamic mesh from input 0 and the origo from 1 and the normal from 2. Then we create the slice plane. Then we slice like we did previously. All right. We're going to have to make this one a little bit more complicated by doing input count 3. So it's compatible with connection. And then we add a if input index is equal to 1 or input index equal to 2, then we want the connection to be able to output a vector 3. I think that is it. Everything else should be taken care of. I hope. I hope. We'll see. Yeah, we don't want to send in these anymore. I think we can remove that comment there as well. Keepercraft, what's up? What game you make or program? I'm making a like cozy creature collecting type of game. It's very similar to old school Tamagotchis, Sonic Chow Garden, or Rare's beautiful game Viva Pinata. So you take care of a plot of land and make creatures want to come and live in your quote-unquote garden. That's pretty much it. Still very early though, and more specifically right now, today, we're working on like a system for procedurally generate creatures. Also very, very early. Okay, so we have a dynamic mesh slicer editor node here now. So let's add random editor node. So this is going to be our origo, and we're going to have to add some extra functionality here because origo. You know what? Let's start with it like this, because if we actually want to generate these, like we did previously with the previous solution, when we created the slice plane, we instantiated it at the origo point, but then we offsetted it according to its normal. So that's something we're going to implement as well. But so for now, we have a random editor node here that just randomizes between vector 3, 0 and vector 3, 0. And then we're going to have to add few extra options here, because this one, when we generate a normal, we want to go between 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1, 1, 1, 1. But we also want to normalize the result eventually. So if we do it like this, we're going to get a normal that is fucked. That's okay. Keepcraft, do you game have CGI or UI, or too early for that? So it's a 3D game, and we have a very simple placeholder UI in place. You can check it out on my YouTube. I have some VODs or some videos there. Okay, so what I want to add, we could normalize the normal inside of here, and we could add an offset here. So we could either do it here, or we could do it here. Actually, when I think about it, I think we want to have the option of normalizing a value here. But then again, or best case scenario actually would be to add a normalized node, but I don't want to do that today. So we're gonna add a lot of functionality inside of this one right here instead. And then I'm gonna add a to do. So let's just assume that this is correct. So dynamic mesh slicer editor node, or dynamic mesh slicer runtime node. When we get the normal here, slice plane and normal, when this one is done, we're gonna do slice plane normal is equal to slice plane normal dot normalized. Okay, so that's one thing. And for now, let's see if this works first of all. So now we should slice the cube randomly. Still origo, so we will slice the cube through the center of it, but how we slice it, the angle of the slice, is randomized. So let's save, no errors, that's great. Let's jump over to this black nice scene and we play. And I think we have it. Yeah, we... Okay, I like seeing this, but I also like not... Like, why did we get the same slice for both of them? That's weird. This time we didn't, however. Or we get pretty much exactly the same plane, but the normal. Okay. Yo, what's up, PG King? Good morning, good morning. It's been a while. How are you? I'm good. Thanks for asking. How about you? And just like a little bit of a warning, this is this year's last stream. Just want to put that out there. It's weird that we get the same normal here. That's very weird. Keep ratio might fuck it up a bit. Let's export it and play again. Okay, now we get different slices. Holy shit, that's actually pretty nice. PG King already this year's last stream? Yeah, unfortunately so. Like, it's a very hectic time. The second half of December for me. A lot of things to do, a lot of things that collides in my schedule. So unfortunately, yes. I would have liked to continue to stream tomorrow and on Friday as well, but unfortunately, I don't have the chance to. Okay, but this is great. Now we have a slice that sort of works. So what I want to add now is I want to add an extra option here. We're gonna have I want to have an offset pretty much. Slice plane. Now we want to randomize that one as well. Okay, so we're gonna do this. We are gonna do this. Dynamic mesh slicer editor. We want to add a slice plane offset. This one is probably going to need a tooltip. Slice plane offset. That's not going to be the tooltip, sorry. Let's see here. The amount the slice plane should be offsetted in the inverted normal direction. Maybe. And then we add an additional input. This one is going to be a float. We have width tooltip. Oh, I thought we had a width tooltip. Fill tooltip. We don't even use that tooltip. Where do we have tool? Here we have a tooltip. With tooltip, maybe it's just the options that work with it. If that's the case, that kinda sucks. Let's double check this one with the documentation. So we have a nice slice offset here at least. Graph toolkit, and let's see, node. Let's do a search, add input port, Unity. Input port builder. Can I get... Context, iPort definition context. iPort definition context. Add input port, where do I have the methods? Yeah, and here we return an I input port builder. This one doesn't have any functions. You know what? Just for now, we're gonna skip the tooltip. We will add it eventually. Fuji King, I understand. December is always quite busy. Yes, indeed it is. But how are you? How are you doing this hectic December? And then we're gonna add a new random editor node here, which is gonna be a float then. Keep ratio doesn't make any sense here. And let's do between 0 and 0.23 maybe. And then we wait 1 sec, because if we change this one, we're going to have to add an additional output here. So input count 4. And here we have if input index 3, return connection and output float. Now we have a float here as well. And we do float slice plane offset 0, and then we try and get it. 3 float. What? There we go. So now we have a slice plane offset as well. So the origo here, we want to offset it by plus or minus slice plane normal. Here we're going to do slice plane offset times slice plane normal. And then we slice it. So now hopefully we offset it from the center a bit. So I think everything is okay here. Now let's try it. Fuji King also quite busy with concerts and stuff. I'm so glad holidays are around the corner. I'm beat. I feel the same way, 100%. Yo, what's up, Gerald? Good morning, good morning. Let's save it and play it. Ooh, I think it works. I wonder if we can... Yeah, let's double check this one by going pretty big here. So we set 1 here instead. And play. Yes, worst case scenario, we don't get any slice. We get a little bit here. We get a small one here. Let's try it a bit more. So 2 instead, and then we play it. And now, yeah, we don't, yeah, we get a little bit of a slice here, and we get a tiny, tiny slice here. That's beautiful. Like, these type of slices is what I like to see when we create this. It seems to work. I'm gonna mark it as complete for now, and we can continue once again. So the idea then is that all of these are going to be run multiple times. So we're going to repeat these multiple times. We want to regenerate these random numbers multiple times. This one as well. So that's a problem we have with the caching. So we have a cache system for the runtime graph. For some of these nodes, we don't recalculate something. We just bring it from the cache. So we're going to have to add that flag as well. Sometimes we want to fetch it, sometimes we don't. I think we're just going to ignore the cache every time we're in repeat mode. Okay. I'm a little bit nervous about implementing this one, but I think it's going to be fun as well. So reiterating, we're going to add a node here. One sec. Yeah, we're going to add one node here, which should be able to take various input and various output. That's going to be messy, to say the least. And then we're going to add an end node. Yeah, okay. So what do we have? Editor, alters, converters, generators, instantiators, procedural setters. We're going to add a new folder here. Functionality. And I'm just going to duplicate this runtime node for now. And we're going to rename it repeat editor node. I'm going to wait with these. And we're just going to return null here for now. Repeat editor node. We want to have options here. Unfortunately, it's going to be... We're going to add this one as well. This is how I've solved having various different outputs and inputs. It's not the cleanest solution. Hopefully we can rework that in 26. It works for now, so we're going to keep it. Undefine options, this one I want. So I want a output as well. Or actually, we're gonna We're just going to call this one type. So this is the type we input, and we're always going to output the same type. Let's just call it type, see what happens. No tooltip for now with default value. We're going to start with dynamic mesh. Okay, so the problem now is that we want to fetch this one, so when we define the ports, we define the input and output port to be of this value type, right? We do something similar here, so let's just take that. We get the value type, we take it here, and we do dynamic mesh, add input port, dynamic mesh. I think it's data though. And we do it here as well. And then we need to rename them. Private const string input. Okay, let's see what kind of node we get from this. Name output type internal name. Okay, it's just dynamic mesh. Good to know. Because I have data included here. Okay. Output type internal name. Yeah, this one is going to be type display. Type internal name. Okay, so now we have a repeat editor node here. Dynamic mesh. Oh, we want to change this one to be output. Okay, beautiful. So the idea is that we output this one here, and then we use the output of this one. Like this. So right now it would repeat all of this. We want to have an end node as well. Can we add insert node convert to portals? I have no idea what that means. I think, is this a stupid way? But it's going to be pretty complicated to implement. So the idea is when we get to this one for the first time to generate its output, then we go through all of these currently and just repeat. But the problem is... the result we get the first, like the result we have output here, we want to reuse this one. Maybe it's okay. I don't know. So when we execute this one, we try to fetch input from this one and this one, and then we get some input and we want to redo it. Like when we repeat this one, we don't want to fetch this result again. We want to fetch this result. So yeah, we want to have an input here which is it should be override input or something like that, and then we take this one and we put it in here as well. Does that make sense? Repeat input, or if we bring this one here, no. Or 1 sec. Oh, if we take this one and input it here, that's the input, and then we tell this is what should be repeated. Ooh. But this one needs to have an input as well. But we get it from here. Okay, it's a little bit of a different way of executing the graph. That's what makes it complicated. So in this case, okay, I'm pretty sure I want to fix it like this. So this one should input to this one, and this output should input to this one as well. And the output should go here. Maybe. How is that gonna look? Weird. Repeat. Because then I would like it to look like this, and that's a bit weird. But, oh, no. I'm being a little bit stupid here. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. For this one, I probably want to have the repeat included in the node. But over here, oh, yes. Maybe there's no reason to repeat this one externally. I mean, if we could implement repeatable nodes in such a way that we can easily use it here as well, then I'm all for it. Repeat editor node, maybe it would be easier to do. Because this one is a little bit of a, yeah, this one is a special case because when we apply this one to something, we want to take the output and apply it to the output again. We don't want to do that here. Or do we? No, I don't think so. Okay, maybe I should make it simple for myself today. So remove this one. And we make, yeah, we make this one, the repeat logic for this one. We make it internally in this node. And then we can just focus on this repeat scenario where we have some input which we shouldn't repeat. And then we have a set of nodes which we should repeat. So these are the nodes we should repeat. So we have, these are the nodes we should repeat. This one we should not, this one we should not. Fuck, is that also gonna be... The runtime node then would only be, we would add output nodes or n nodes. And so this one and this one. And when we get to those, we just get the cache value. But for these, we regenerate the values. That's all the logic there is to it. Okay. Repeat editor node. And I want to change this one to game object. I wonder if it's weird to have... Is it weird to have... Or is it even doable to have a node as input here? What I mean, is it possible to have add input port? Okay, let's do with node. That's not where we want to have it. Now, of course, we need to do it as output. This sort of sucks. I mean, we could implement repeat stop nodes as well, but that feels a little bit stupid. I think the runtime is gonna be like the only difference we need to do for the runtime here is that we don't have a cache when we ask for the result of these nodes. That's like the only thing we should change. But then if we want to include logic between the different iterations of the repeat node, so maybe we want to base the newly generated values on previously generated values, and then it sucks. Now I'm starting to think. Now I'm actually starting to backtrack this solution. And instead add an option to each node. Which works in this case. We're going to have it for each input and output. So we could have a repeat option, repeat second input. So then we're, fuck. Yeah, the problem with that solution is like the number of times we repeat something and stuff like that. Indeed. Okay, we're gonna go forward with this solution. I just want to figure out a nice way. So pretty much I want a way to mark this node. Should be stop node 1. This node should be stop node 2. I had this idea of doing it with input. Or we add a custom node. Repeat n. Nah, that's not nice. The less nodes, the better. And this is just visual, yeah. Like this one. How should we tell it which nodes not to repeat? This one outputs a polygon list. This one outputs a game object. So if we do it output wise, yeah, we're gonna have a little bit of a problem. If we had more tools to work with dynamic stuff, we could probably do something a little bit nicer. I mean, we could add an option to all of these to output themselves, but that's gonna be a very messy. Yeah, that's gonna make everything look very messy. But then again, maybe something. now I do want to add a... If we have this one here and then we mark these as repeatable, that is. Or if we had subgraphs, that would also be pretty nice. Do we have that? To... Okay, we're gonna have to wait with that. That could be one solution as well. Okay, if we add our own, that's pretty much what we're doing though. Yeah, that's probably gonna be our best option. All my solutions I think about involves pretty big reworks, which I want to avoid. Even the option of having end marker nodes, pretty much. When we have, let's see here. Generation runtime node. Yeah, we have a node reference here. Oh, this is so... It was a toxic. Like having the nodes as stop references works everywhere but here in the editor. We're gonna have to make this one. Let's experiment with toxic. This is Unity actually, and we're working with Unity's graph toolkit to build our own graph network. What if we do, where do we have it? Functionality. What happens if can we do something crazy as E here? That doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Maybe it does. Okay, I think we're gonna do this. Yeah, we are. Yes, we are. Or actually, when I think about it, try get output, cache. Hmm. We have a repeat node that can take X number of inputs. Yeah, that's probably how we're gonna have to do it. Yeah, I think so. Okay. Yeah, repeat entry point and repeat exit point. I guess. How would that work? Yeah, so if we have a repeat end node and then we have repeat start node, repeat start node. How would that look at runtime? Yeah, every node previous to this one don't use the cache except for when we get to a repeat start node. Then we get the input. Or get the value by cache. Maybe. Yeah, I think that's what we're gonna have to do. That's my best bet yet. So let's rename this one repeat end node. We're gonna have type and input and output like this, and we're gonna call it repeat end editor node. Add input, add output. So we have a repeat end node here. Game object in, game object out. And we want to add some additional options there eventually. But first I want to copy this one, and we call it repeat start editor node. It's going to look very similar. And then of course we don't want to, for now we're just going to duplicate this one. Repeat start editor node. Then the idea is we do repeat start node here, and we change it to polygon list. And then when we make these into subgraphs, I think it's going to look pretty good actually. But now without subgraphs, it looks pretty shit. And then we add a repeat start node. And here we have game object. Like this. So our repeat ends here, starts here and here. So the idea is for this one we read from the cache. This one we read from the cache. For these we don't. Yo, what's up Harukanen? Meeting finally over. Doesn't sound like a very nice or interesting meeting. Okay, now to the next problem. Okay, so this is how it will work editor-wise. Now we just need to convert this to runtime logic. It's not gonna be that much different, I reckon. We're gonna have a repeat start and end. Maybe, actually. Yeah, we're gonna have a repeat start and end node. But the problem is, Rokanan, 1.5 hours of AI and politics and 5 minutes of work talk. It's a grim world we live in. Boring, maybe. Definitely not boring. So the idea then is when, let's see here. When we try and get output here and we send down the cache, we want to be able to enable and disable it. Harukan and I care nothing about AI and politics. Okay, then it's definitely boring. We need to have a flag in this cache, which is going to be set. That's not entirely true. Hmm. Yeah, public class cache. I guess we could go two different directions. Either we have, like these nodes, they never generate a cache value, or they do, but when we read, we decide if we want to read or not. Feels like we're gonna have to send down a flag here. I'm just a little bit scared about that flag. Because that instance of the cache might be, we might execute this node, and then we might execute this node. And this node is gonna be... You know what? There's nothing to stop us from building the repeatable node as a set of nodes, actually. Oh, that is true. So when we export it, we're gonna have to, when we get to one of these, that means that we're gonna have to do some changes in this one. That's definitely something we could do. It's a little bit dangerous, I think. Like what I'm talking about is that when we export this graph into a runtime graph, we actually create a subgraph. Holy shit, that's pretty much the answer, I think. This parsing is gonna get annoying though. We're gonna get the node and we're gonna have to check some stuff, see if it's a repeat node. Or actually, So we take the previous node here, we notice that it's a repeat node. So then we take the previous up to this node and then we stop. I don't know. That's definitely one solution. So it's pretty much like creating a subgraph of these. Would be pretty complicated in code. Okay, that's like option last resort, I reckon. If I don't find a smarter way to do it. You know what? Maybe it's not so bad. We're gonna have to... No, I want to be... If we were to go that route, I would be able to, or I would want to be able to define a lot more things here in the editor. Because we're gonna have to keep track of the order of these as well. Now, okay, when we run this at runtime, we do it recursively. So we're gonna send in... Yeah, we're gonna have to implement a use cache variable, which sort of sucks because... Which sort of sucks because we moved the cache down to here. That's not entirely true, though. The base class still has the fetch here. Try get output. Maybe this is the only one we need to change. But every time we call this one, okay, that's beautiful. Holy shit, that's pretty damn good, actually. It's only this one we need to jump over. If we are in a repeat, like if we're in the process of calculating a repeat value, we just send in a boolean here. I think. I don't want the default value. Okay, what errors do we get from this? Because then the idea is that this one is always going to send in yes when it tries to fetch a value, and this one is always going to send in false. So when traversing backwards here, this one is going to send in yes, so this one will have yes. We'll get to this one, this will take false here, so we will get the cache. But here it will traverse through all of these without using the stored value until we get to this one and get this value. That should work with the least amount of changes. So generate true here. Holy shit. But that means that the repeat nodes are going to have to I don't think it's going to have to override this one, actually. We just never store anything in the cache. Yeah, maybe. And then we have connection, try get output. Okay, here is gonna be the biggest change, I think. Because this one is called, yeah, this one is called in so many different places. Or is it actually only here? Maybe it is. We'll see. This one, however, yep, that's where we fucked up. Okay, so that's also maybe not okay, but one sec. What if we could we're sending this cache down. I don't want to use this one. Now I'm back at the like marking each individual node. Nothing I want to do. But what I'm scared of happening is if we keep track of this inside of the cache, we're going to get an issue here because, okay, we're going to set repeat to true, so we don't want to read from the cache. Then when we try to fetch this one is going to set it back, and then when we loop through these. So then order how we parse the graph is going to make a lot of difference, and definitely want to avoid that. I think, unfortunately, what we're in the middle of the process of doing is the way to go. Unfortunately. But that means that for each and every node, we're going to have to alter this one. I think, or actually no, we're going to have to send in things here. Unless we rework this one a bit. Try get input. One sec, be right back real quick. Okay, back. Sorry about that. Okay, so far the best solution is to make this big rework. So we send down a boolean when we traverse it at runtime. Another way would probably another way would be to handle it when we export the graph, which is my preferable way, I think. It's going to be a bit more complicated to implement, but like when we traverse this one, we create a subgraph of everything between these. So we create a subgraph of this, which we fetch values from. It's going to be a problem traversing it. Or maybe not. It's just when we create it. So the idea is that we create one node out of this. But the problem with that, honestly, I don't think I have the time today. So this is going to be something we have to rework. So I'm actually thinking of going with the first option. Let's just add a boolean, use cache, and the only purpose of these two nodes is to set it or unset it. Wouldn't really call that a solution, however. It's more like a workaround. Bad fix. But okay, so if we did runtime node try get output, bool use cache. Generate output. Yeah, the problem being is when we want to set the cache here. Try get input. And then we're going to get a lot of errors. 26. Yeah, we're going to get it for generate output. You know what? Can't we... Hmm. Okay. I'm gonna explore one more solution first. I think we can actually mark this. We can get to a middle ground. Maybe. Like when we export it, we mark these as cache-less. Problem being this one needs, okay, that's another issue. So for this one, here we want the cache, here we, but yeah, that's fixed by this one. This one is cache-less, this one is not. Okay, we're gonna take the easiest route here. We're gonna create temporary caches. I wonder how stupid that is. Cache. Yet we always assume that this one is set. Generate output. Okay, so we use it here, but we also use it when we set values here. This sucks. Maybe we can change. So the reason I did this is because sometimes we have something that returns more than one thing. But maybe we can solve it in a different way. So the only thing that returns more than one thing is this one. And we want to set them both at the same time. We set it like this here. Maybe. The problem is this output index here. Generate output. Or you know what? Generation runtime node output index. Generate output. Okay, I think we're gonna do this in a very optimized way. We're gonna create temporary caches, which we don't use, that we throw away when we're done with them. So we're gonna store a lot of data, and then we can fix it eventually. I just want to make sure that this works. So the idea is that this node sends an empty cache to this one. But yeah, then when we get to this one, we need to get the filled cache, and we can't. How annoying. But we have a cache with a get and set here, so this might actually work. The set here. Now I guess okay, the best solution is probably to mark these non-repeatable. Then we only need, yeah, that's probably what we're gonna do. So what if we have this and this, and then we just mark these as repeatable. So when we go through them at runtime, we're always going to regenerate their values. And then this one gets called X number of times. So this one is going to go back, repeat this one, then this one is non-repeatable. So here we read the cache. Yeah, that's the easiest way to fix it right now. In the future, I would hope to be able to solve this with a nice like subgraph type of solution. Okay, so what this means, unfortunately, is that we're gonna jump to generation editor node, and we're gonna do undefined options. We're gonna have to want to override. Okay, we want to call the base here. Generation editor node. So that means that we're gonna have to change all of these, but that might be okay. Or you know what? We don't need to change these. We only need to change okay, we're gonna have to override the option. So set define undefined options. Depends on when it's called, actually. Or we can probably override something else, make it a little bit nicer. So let's go to, where do we have node? Here, interface I node. Generation editor node, yeah, node. inode. On define options, on define ports. Call during define node. Can we override this one? inode option definition. No. What I'm afraid of, if we want to add an option to all nodes, okay, I think we can do this. On define options. Cache-less, cache-less. And then we're gonna have to send that one down to our runtime nodes. Okay, before I commit, can we get around this somehow? Okay, I'm gonna check one last thing. Okay, we're gonna go with it for now. Eventually. On define options override. And then we're gonna have to do on define options. Let's just put them here now. So now all of them have an option cashless. Will work for now. Okay, that's the first step. And then we want to set cashless. And this one not cashless, yes. Okay, now we need to, when we export this one to our runtime graph, we need to get this information down to those nodes as well. So we are gonna change the constructor here. Generation runtime node, bool cashless. Serialized field, protected bool cashless. Like this. But then when we create it, fuck me, we should be able to do okay. Yeah, we're gonna get to that one eventually. Okay, that's probably the most tedious part. And yeah, then we have a lot of these. That's okay. So we need to go dynamic mesh slice. When we create these, we wanna get the option override generation runtime node. Yeah, we want to get an option here. That sucks. Actually, maybe we could do just now, maybe not the prettiest way. Public. Or actually, do we need... to runtime node? What is the easiest way? So in here, we're gonna have to read an option. I think it's gonna have to be like this. And then we just need to send it down to all of them. A little bit annoying. Oof. True. Look, if this doesn't work. Setup. Great. And repeat end node is the only one we need to work with. Oh yeah, I fucked up here. Okay, so now we have everything working. We now have cashless here. Great. And then we can find, probably or hopefully do, repeat and editor node. Now we can hopefully implement this one. Where do we have it? Yeah, we don't have it. We don't have a runtime node of this one just yet. Okay, great. I want to rename this one again. So we're gonna delete this one. And rename this one to repeat editor node. Like this, and then we implement it. Oops. Fuck, did I screw this one up now? Okay, beautiful. Yeah, of course, we can't export it just yet. Okay. And let's duplicate this node. Functionality, I actually want to rename it first. Repeat runtime node. We're gonna have some options. Cashless, yes. Not fill. This one is gonna have one input and one output. This one is going to be a view. And we want to implement it similar way we did set material property. Is compatible with connection. Can return type. Can output U. And can output U. And then when we generate output, this one is gonna be... This one is gonna be interesting. So we want to send in a few things here, but for to be able to do that, we need to fix a little bit with repeat here. Type, then input, output. We want to add some options here. Or actually, we want to add inputs. That's true. Undefined ports. We want to add a int input. So let's see here. Where do we have it? Set material property. Yeah, here, let's do it here. Int. Heat amount, yeah. Okay, like this, I think. Let's see. I just want to add something temporary here. That's true. We just returned true here. Yo, MK, what's up? Any tips? I don't want to start C# and sit there for 5 hours still learning function, how to print a terminal. Fuck it. Like, starting out is hard. And honestly, I have no tips how to avoid that. It's gonna be one hell of a steep curve in the beginning. Okay. We still have a compiler error here. Okay, beautiful. So the repeat here is going to be a random editor node. So we're going to have cashless, no. It's going to be int, keep ratio, and it's going to be upper bound is 10. So this means that we're going to repeat this one between 0 and 10 times. We're going to do a 1 here. And the cashless nodes will be repeated. The other one, yeah, the other ones we will just fetch the result, the cache. Okay. So now when we have this int, we need to send it down. So random editor node int. So when we generate this one here, repeat amount. So we fetch this one, and then we return a repeat runtime node. So this one should take an int. And I'm going to do something very ugly now, but hopefully we can remove that one eventually. I'm going to do something that looks like this. So we get the repeat amount, then we return new repeat runtime node. Oh yeah, we want to get this one as well. Cashless and repeat amount like this. Oh yeah, game object. Okay. I'm a little bit nervous about this one, but let's see if we can implement repeat runtime node. So the idea is can output is compatible. Okay, so generate output. So this one is going to look something like this. Try get input u. How the hell did I solve this? Oh yeah. Try input value, return value. Okay. So we try and get return value. If it doesn't work, we're false. And then we're going to try and get int repeat amount. Yes. Okay. And then we do for is less than repeat amount. What's up, Cool Red K? Are we winning at the Wasteland with Rock Pet Simulator? Fuck yeah, we are. I think we have a pretty good flow today. It was one, maybe 40 minutes that didn't go, that didn't have the flow, but other than that, yes. Okay, so the idea now is that, like, it's this one we want to repeat, isn't it? Yeah, it is. So we want to get the repeat amount like this, then we just want to do this. Try get input, try get input, try get input, and so on and so on. And then we return true. So the idea, let's go through it here, if it makes sense. This one will fetch this value. This is how many times we should repeat it. And then it's going to try and fetch this time let's say that this one returns 5, so we're going to try and fetch this 5 times. This one is cashless, so every time we're gonna have to implement the cashlessness as well. But every time we're gonna regenerate it, so it's gonna ask for this value. This one is using cash, so it's just gonna return it. And then it's gonna ask for this one. This is cashless, so all of these cashless are just gonna regenerate their values over and over and over 5 times. This one will not, however. That's the idea. We don't use cashless just yet. How about you, CoolRSK? How are you doing? We're not utilizing the cashless yet, but the only thing we need to do is, if it's not cashless and we can get the cash, then we'll return the cash. Otherwise, generate output. Still a little bit scared here. We might end up in an infinite loop and everything might crash. So just to make sure, I'm saying thank you so much for watching now. Okay, save it. And I want to double check, do we have a repeat node here? Fuck it, let's play it. Let's disable this one. We just want to test with 1. Try to get output from this one and it failed. Okay. That was quick. We failed to get output from this one. And why is that? Repeat runtime node. Actually, let me play one more time. We're gonna save this one. I'm a little bit scared about property, cashless return value, heat amount. We don't have any inputs here. Or actually, we do have one input. Oh, what was my idea here? Yeah, that's not at all what we want to do. Repeat editor node. Repeat, no. Repeat amount is something we're gonna fetch. So I don't really know what I did here, but that's wrong. We're not gonna have any repeat amount here. We're gonna get the repeat amount like this. Okay, let's try this then. Okay, we're gonna look into this. I'm just gonna run AFK real quick. Be right back. Okay, back. Sorry about that. So let's see. I wonder if this has something to do. Okay, I have no idea why. Try to get output. Repeat runtime node. We try and get game object as output. Fail to generate game creatures generation graph. Repeat runtime. I wonder why we don't... Okay, I know why we're not seeing it here, because it has a generic type, but inputs is element 0. Yeah, we only have one input as well. That's not good. We only have this one as input. So we fail and generate it because this one fails. Because input is 1, we want to change it to 2. Let's try it this time around. Export it. I want to quit this. Okay, we get an error. Hmm. And output can, oh yeah. We need to fix if input index 0, yes. If input index is 1, int. We need to properly set up so that the node can take all the inputs we want it to be able to take. In this case, game object and int. Okay, hopefully. Okay. We repeat a few things. That's great. Get a couple of eyes. They look nice. We get 9 eyes. We get this object as well, but I think I know why. That was thanks to our very weird setup here, the slice plane offset. We want to change this one to 0.02. So we actually sliced the whole cube and didn't get any output. Okay, we still get an error, but we do repeat the eye generation. Yes, we do. .02 is a bit too... I'm a little bit worried about this one. Generation runtime. Game object to creature runtime node 36. Let's double check. Failed to generate. Yeah, that's only stuff. Okay, this one is weird. Is it this one that's not set then? I guess so. This time we only get 3 eyes. Okay, that's great. Okay, everything works beautifully, except for this little detail. We were never able to set the creature component, which means that I'm afraid that, let's see here, set or repeat runtime node. Yeah, this one we never set. Okay. So what we want to do is cache here. Value is equal to return value. And then we set it, and then we return true. Now it should hopefully be fixed. And the good thing with this solution, although it's temporary, is that I think we can rework this one pretty easily to... Yeah, we can rework this one to work with this solution as well. Pretty damn easily. Definitely. Or actually... Yeah, I think we can. I think we can. Okay, now we don't get any errors. We get this sliced stone with a couple of eyes on it. Still, we're able to generate eyes like this, hanging out, but we don't have any check for that just yet. And we have it as, we have a creature on it as well. So beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful. Now we have support for repeatable nodes here as well, together with setting each of these as cacherless or not. That's pretty cool. So let's see if we can add this one here as well. So let me just take a look at repeat node. We don't have anything tied to game object specifically here, so it should be easy to bring this over here. I also want to change this one to, how big is the stone? Size 1111. So 0.5, 0.3 maybe. Okay, so let's jump to repeat editor node. And right now we can only return game object, but I want to change this one to dynamic mesh as well. And then we do case. And then make mesh. Oops. So we can change it to dynamic mesh. So now we should be able to do game object. So now we can do repeat editor node. We take that one here and we change it to dynamic mesh, input a dynamic mesh, and then we output it. This one is not cacherless. Repeat amount, let's slice it 5 times. And this one is cacherless. Cacherless, cacherless, cacherless. This one is not. So we generate a dynamic mesh and we slice it given this setup, and then we return it here. This one is going to repeat this one when we get this dynamic mesh. Yeah, that's a problem. We're going to get this dynamic mesh and not this dynamic mesh. Sad. Or maybe we do it like, now if we do it like this, yeah, we're just gonna return this one. Hmm. Okay, it wasn't that easy. That's unfortunate. And here we go back to we need to loop back. But it's not that big of a loss. Instead of solving this with a repeat, we could solve it with an internal repeat here. This is a little bit of a special case since we're taking something and altering it. These can still be cashless, and every time we iterate this one, we will be a-okay. But I do think I want this one to work with repeat node. It's specifically this one we want to reuse. Maybe we could change something here. Unfortunately, in this case, I don't think there's a nice way around it. These regenerate. This one does not. This one does. But no, I think we're just gonna alter this one. alters are a little bit different. Yeah. I think I'm just gonna take that loss. Let's fix that real quick so we can make this one repeat. So here we're gonna have options. So I think we're gonna do dynamic mesh slice. But before we continue, let's... The problem with this is we're also going to have to figure out how we want to handle this one. In this scenario. Because right now we're going to slice multiple times and we only return the last negative. We don't want this as an option, we want it as a input here. So here we want to do and then we want to fetch, I think we want to fetch all of this. I want to do this as well. And then in the end, we want to set value positive, negative. this. So slice result is first, it's the dynamic mesh and null. And then when we slice it, we call dynamic mesh. We actually do slice result positive dot slice. I thought. Can't we do it like this? Okay, then we do it like this. Guess we actually want to define it outside, of course. But I'm a little bit worried about unnecessary. Yeah. Here we actually want to do this. So we just slice it over and over and over again. Let's see, how does this one look now? So when we create it, we have a number of slices here. Generate output, we try and fetch dynamic mesh. Then we create slice result with just this one and null. We do number of slices, and then we generate these over and over. And then we slice it. Oh no, we create a slice plane, and then we slice it. Yeah, let's try this. Mm-hmm. Hmm. This one we don't want to be cache-less. Ashix, what's up, bro? Thanks. I complete make my interaction system. Congratulations. Nice. I didn't really do much. It was all you. This one should not be cache-less. Okay, let's see if this works. This one is not cache-less, so this one we don't randomize every time. This one and this one and this one we do. It's gonna take some time for me to fully understand this. What do we have? Get node. Fuck, am I tired? We don't want to do this. We don't want to do this. We don't want to have number of slices here. This is the second time today I make the exact same mistake. Instead, we want to get the input here. Int number of slices 0, number of slices int. And it's, we need to be careful here. It's 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Ashix, the creature of your game are procedurally generated. Yes, that's the idea. It's going to vary between creatures. Some creatures are going to be like totally procedurally generated, much like this one. Other ones are going to be put together by procedural generation and some like pieces, modular pieces. And then we might even have creatures that are like mostly pre-modeled, so to speak. Okay, hopefully this doesn't crash. We get an error instead. Yes, of course we do. I'm really moving a little bit too quick. So we added the amount of inputs here. So we added one more input, which means that in the runtime node, we need to add one here as well. And actually, we need to change more things. So input index 0, and we're going to have if 2, 3, 4. And then here we want to do if input index is equal to 1, then we fetch an int. And we save it. No errors, but unfortunately I only see one slice. And did we only get one eye as well? Now we got this one and this one. Okay, let's see if we get more slices if we try it again. Yeah, now we actually get a couple of more slices in. Okay, now it's starting to look like a stone. Now it's actually starting to look exactly like how it looked previously. So this is good. Fucking hell, that's nice. Not the most fun creature, but... And then if we try it again... Yeah, we get something like this. And we have this issue. Ashix, are you taking inspiration from Palworld? Actually, no, not yet. Okay, this is quite nice. The slicing is a little bit too aggressive. I don't remember what values we had here previously, but we can do 4 and 6 maybe. Nice, and we probably want to bring it up a notch. Maybe we want to go between 5 and 10 slices. Like in this case, I almost wanted it to only generate with these two. look much nicer. Zero 0.5 is still a bit too much. Create cube. If we go okay, I want to see what happens if we just go crazy with the number of repeats here. And 20, 30. That's a bit too many slices, I reckon. It's pretty quick though. And we're definitely going to need to clean up this as well. But starting to look like a stone. That's for sure. Okay, that's pretty cool. So this result we're getting is defined by these nodes. It's not that much and intricate just yet. So if we enable this one again, we're going to get 2. Widely different creatures. Still pretty boring result, I would say. Not much more boring than we previously had, actually. Hey. One sec. Okay, back. Yeah, now the only problem left is we need to, before we're back exactly where we started, before the graph toolkit, we need to we want to add vertex attributes when we slice, And we want to locate these so they don't hang like this, but instead move them like this. But other than that, it looks pretty good. It looks okay. I was hoping for a little bit of a more fun shape. We want to have a little bit more control over it, I reckon. I want to see what happens if we pull it up quite a lot. So let's disable this one. And we change, let's go 30 to 40. That's a lot of slices. And we have something way better, I think. The problem is how these eyes are being generated as well. I mean, it would be a much nicer creature if, much nicer looking creature if, let's see here if I can randomize it again. Like we want to have some sort of, let's try it again. Pattern, or like we want to be able to specify the distribution a bit more when it comes to the eyes, so that we can get this one is rough. That should not happen. Okay, okay, I know why that happened. What I'm talking about is, okay, if we could get something that randomizes to this instead, so it actually looks like a creature. Gray stone with eyes. But yeah, I don't really know how to proceed with that one. If we take a look at our graph, then it's this one we want to alter. Or no. Random transform from polygons. I guess we want to get one random transform and then we want to randomize based on that one. I mean, that's something we didn't have previous to this implementation. That might wait a bit. But we want to add some logic. Like, we don't want to be able to place eyes that are hanging outside like this. Why are we getting this one? Maybe doing some cleanup as well. Definitely. This one is a little bit of a question mark. Why we're getting this one? Okay, we actually, oh, slicing it this many times, we actually have transformed this weird. Okay, I get it. Offset 0.5, 0.6. Okay, we can experiment, or what I want to experiment with is when I slice this one, we want to slice close to the vertices. So this one, this one, this one, this one initially. So maybe we could randomize. Because pretty much when I slice this, I want to slice the edges. Okay, there's a lot of improvements to be made here. And like we're going to extend this a lot in the future to be able to have more control over the generation and generate some actually interesting creatures. But is there anything left to do here? Like if we take a look at this one, I think everything is implemented and working. Finally. Now actually we have the problem of, yeah, the slicing. How did I solve that previously? So when we slice them in the modular system, Thing is that I want to have control over how we apply like vertex color and UVs on the sliced parts. I want to have vertex color because we need it to properly do outlining. And I want to have and the UVs, not for this creature, but for the other ones, definitely. Okay. This seems a little suspicious. Why would we be getting so many generated here as opposed to here? Actually, now when I think about it, we get most generations on weird places like this. Hmm. It should be weighted by triangle. There we unfortunately sliced the whole stone away. Okay, so still some errors like this. That's definitely not how it should look. So what's up with this? We do random transform from polygons. Given a polygon list, calculate transforms. Let's see. We get the polygons. Get random vertex on polygon mesh. I'm wondering if the creation of the polygons, something is happening there. Definitely looks like it. Hmm. Yeah. Triangle index, this binary search should be decided by total area. Yeah, I think we're definitely gonna rework this one a bit. When we have a polygon, we want to have a random point within it. In fact, do we really care about... But okay, yeah. I think I'm pretty happy where we're at now. I think it's a good endpoint for 25. I'm currently working on a roadmap for 26. I really do want to have a playable game at the end of 26. So I'm gonna try and we're gonna work on a lot of stuff next year, but not go as deep into them. And just get a playable, like something playable. Because yeah, this is the last stream of this year and I've got to run now. I'm really happy that I got most of this, well, pretty much all of this working, especially the repeatable nodes. So yeah, thank you so much for watching, everybody. Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. And hopefully I will see you in 26. Peace.